Hello. Ah, well that's fucking embarrassing, isn't it? God damn it. I thought I could get away with it. I thought I could never make an audio mistake on stream. How does the audio sound? Is it okay? Am I a bit too loud? I think what happened was my headphones unplugged. It was weird. What's your favorite Limbus? What's your favorite Limbus ship? It is Jun X Ongdu. Okay, cool. God damn it! Because I noticed my Discord was like switched to this new audio device. I was like, that's probably fine for stream. Joke's on me. It's funny, Oscar still hasn't said anything. Yeah, well, if I haven't said anything, how many fingers am I holding up right now? Yeah, that's right. You have no idea. Because I didn't turn on the face cam for today. Why so late? I didn't want to stream too quickly. Because I saw Kaz and Sinnoh were streaming, and I didn't want to take away from their viewership. But also, you know, I need Engedfelon. I remembered. That's a first for me, I think. Why no review video? To be honest, it's not even like a lack of motivation this time. It's just like I've been scared to release a video. People have been like, I don't know. I've been looking at people being mean too much. Is the new Faust good? You're currently cutting. Look, okay, I couldn't wait much longer. Oh, nice, man. If I had just kept my ideality, I could have had more thread. Can you please wish me a good night? Good night, Mac on toast. Okay, let's take a look. I've seen a little bit of this. I've tried to avoid it all, but nah. Free attack weight rolls an 18. 15 plus poise, you gain final power instead of the poise, right? Yeah. 6 final power? That's not bad. And then coin power instead if you have 5 plus poise count. So this is best on Maid Ryoshu. I mean, it's usable on... That's a lot of Pride. That's good. Pride is super... Oh, hello, Milkman. Milk's here. Open your front... Okay, I'll be right back. I'll open my front door. There was no milk. Why would you fucking lie to me? I'm banning you. Deep breath. Max stack of 20. On credit 15 plus... Welcome to the new 15 rupture potency and 3 plus rupture count. Check in the closet. I'll ban you too. Poise... Poise potency on self divided by 5? How good is that? Okay, wait. How good is that? That's pretty okay, actually. That's significant. The new 15 plus X plus meta. Yeah. And 40 breath. Once per turn? What's the point of having this be on hit then, if it's once per turn? First thing I hear upon joining the stream is I'm banning you. You know what, just for saying that, I'm banning you. Pretty standard Awakening. Erosion is also 2 coins. That's pretty decent. 2 24s if you get the tails hits. Oh, right. You want to kill. Right. I mean, the numbers here look pretty decent, but like, I feel like Fell Bullet Yi-Song is just the better option, no? Check passive. Yeah. Passive is the biggest thing, right? Okay, so it's slightly weaker than Nebulizer, but like that's still really good. Like, yeah, this passive is insane. Poise Telepole, it's actually just, it's way better than Telepole. Let's be honest here. Dawn Telepole is a good E.G.O, but to get the value out of it truly, you need to use the Corrosion, and also that doesn't even last. This just lasts. This is absurd. Like, that whole thing, if you watch the support passives video, the whole thing I mentioned about, like, Butler, Ryoshu, and Blaylin E.G. Song's passives, like, just, this E.G.O actually, like, this is everything you could really want. Having Nebulizer anywhere is insane. Yeah. And then, guys, I'd like to do a bit of a comparison here. Actually, do we even have this E.G.O? Okay, look, we're gonna do a bit of comparison here. Here's what the Vav E.G.O, Garden of Thorns, for a Railway Terminus boss. And this is his passive. I mean, like, unlucky, right? Should have been released later. Yeah, that E.G.O's super cool. Other Ryoshu's also gives haste. 1, and it's on Clash Win, but yes. Can't beat true damage, though. I can beat 4 true damage, yes, actually. Ignition. Okay. Ugh. I mean, that's 5 burn. That's okay. That's okay. 10% more damage at 10 plus burn. So when you have 10 burn potency. I also wonder how this works out. Do you gain the burn first, as in you gain 1 burn count, and then you gain the +1 burn count, so you would have 2 stack? Compare +1 for 10 burn on self plus burn on the target. I mean, that's a pretty easy conditional. So a 15 roll, that's nice. That's decent. Symphonies are crazy for this ID. Isn't it just Sloth, Pride, Wrath, Wrath? 16 roll. 20% more damage for 20 burn on self. Okay. 4 burn count. That's like way easier, but okay. 22 roll. It's about... That, for a second, that icon looked like the Magic Bullet gun. Inflict 1 burn, inflict 1 burn, inflict 3 burn. This is also an interesting conditional. It just looks so out of place. Was kind of hoping for more burn application. Just popping in to ask if it's over for his burn bros. Well, we're not to the end yet. Let's calm down. Drawn by Flame. I mean, look, you're never going to use this shit, though, so... I mean, probably. 7 burn, +1 burn count. 30 plus burn. Yeah, you'd get that pretty quick. 50% more damage for 5 burn on self. Okay. 30%. So if you're missing... If you're at below 40% HP, 2 more coin power, and 2 base power. That's 7, and then coin power 6. That's a 25. Faust might be Rupture Savior. I mean, hear me out. If you use her skill 2, if you're colorblind, this kind of looks like a Gloom skill. And if you combine that with ADD Gregor, I mean, hear me out, right? 6 burn. Cool. Nice. No extra coin power on this, huh? Okay. After using this skill, you die. Same conditionals? Okay, you can get 1 more coin power. Attack weight. 8 burn. 30% more damage. I mean, those conditionals stack up. I guess. I will say that's not as strong as what I would hope it would do. But there is still, like, her passive. Okay, that's fine. It feels like it's been a while since we've had, like, an evade ID. Is that wrong to say? At 80 plus missing HP and at less than 30 burn, gain up to whoa. What? Oh, you just start with 30. Never mind. Okay, so her conditionals are immediately fulfilled. Sink salt. Ah, full stop. Yes, you're right, you're right. Or 6 burn on self. So you're just gonna start with this amount, I guess? Okay, I mean, that's fine. So you could technically immediately... If you have 3... See, that's weird. Because... Oh, 80 plus missing HP. Never mind. That's almost never going to happen. Gotcha. I mean, cool, I guess. This is nice. Just +3 by default. Okay, it's different on all of them, never mind. Oh, what is that? What is that, max 3? Stop putting fucking limits on burn. It already sucks ass. Somebody... Why? Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Let me kill myself and get benefit for it. Why are we doing this shit? Oh, great. It becomes max 5 if you die while using the big skill. That's not much better. You get 2 more burn. That's fucking lame. And I assume this only lasts for 1 turn. The E.G.O resources is nice. Stop putting limits on burn specifically. I feel like it's burn that gets the most limitations when it's the one that shouldn't be getting this shit because it's the worst by far. I mean, in total, it's a good amount of burn when you use this, but it's just underwhelming to me. Support passive. Least SP inflicts burn with a base attack skill on hit. 2 additional burn? That's actually not bad. And with chain battles, this activates when she's dead, right? I mean... Bro, go to bed, it's late. It is 5:30 p.m. What are you talking about? I mean, that's actually a pretty good support passive. So her dying is actually very beneficial just because of this alone. Get your sleep, grandpa. I guarantee I'm probably younger than you. Actually, I can't guarantee that. There's a lot of children in here. If you're a child, get out. I don't want to see you in here. I mean, it's a good support passive, which kind of makes up for it a little bit. Make a video about random stuff so I can sleep watching it. I mean, you can always rewatch my other videos, but yeah, I plan to make more. Scuba viewership drops 90%. A cataclysmic event. Okay. Right, he's not there. Alright, there's music. It's on Resonance, though. 3 Wrath Resonance is not a problem for burn teams. This might be the best Intervallo, like, shop music. It's probably really quiet for you guys. Wait. Shut up, Honglu. We get it, you're pretty. Recommend you start on the Sandy tab here. Yeah, I kind of figured. Priest after winning a clash. Wow. Okay, they really lean into the negative which means, of course, his skill 1 is positive, because you want him to lose. I mean, this shit pisses me off. A whatever skill. That is not much HP. Four rupture count? Okay. I mean, 4 rupture count is significant. Unfortunately, if you're above 3 rupture count, fuck you. Big fuck you. But +4 is a good way to get it started. So you can have him start on the field, kill him, and then get somebody better in. Read the names. So his skill 1 is, though it must be prefaced that E.G.O gears are standardized equipment. His skill 2 is when juxtaposed with E.G.O gear from L Corp, depending on the degree of attunement to the abnormality. And his skill 3 is the idiosyncrasies of the source may be utilized with greater flexibility. And this is an actual negative coin. 0.8% more damage for every 1% missing HP on self. Base power +1 for every skill that targets this unit. Fairy Lure. 50%! It's like, wow. Wait, 2 rupture when you take damage? He's gonna take damage all the time. That's actually pretty alright. It's kind of like the Yechi Yi Sang, which is a pretty cool mechanic that people underutilize because sinking Yi Songs have like so much potential outside of that, but it's actually pretty good. Fuck you. If you have 15 plus rupture, fuck you. No, you get no benefit. It's lame. One base power? One base power. Why is everyone wanting to kill themselves on their skills? I'm assuming it's because it's unstable E.G.O. You get 1 base power. That's crazy. I was hoping to be at least like +3. They're so scared of rupture. I don't blame them. But like, man. I already checked out his sanity tap. I know he loses on Clash Win and he... Wait, he gains sanity after losing a clash? I didn't fully take that in. That's not... So you... How does that... How is that really... Because you don't want to win with the skill 1 and the skill 2. That's fine. But the skill 3... I mean, I guess it's fine. It is really weird. He's so bad. I don't know if I'd say that, especially, watch this, +2 rupture count. That's not bad. That's what I was hoping for. This is actually the best part of his kit, I think, by far. Besides, like, using this once, I think this is really good. Read his passive and you understand. I know, like, when he dies, he gets benefit. It's 5 and +3 rupture count against the target. Attack this unit last. Gain 2 E.G.O resources for 4 least owned E.G.O resources. Wow. Yeah, but his counter also has the 15/3. It's a gluttony defensive skill. It doesn't matter. It's good. No one attack this unit, or if an ally kill this unit, inflict 5 rupture and +3 rupture count against the enemy. Okay, so this actually does have a stipulation for if you're killed by, like, Ryoshu's E.G.O. Double the rupture potency? Okay, that's actually pretty good. Since he's basically a minus coin ID, just means Sunshower Heathcliff's support passive is now viable. I mean, he's gonna die, and then you're gonna have to deal with Sunshower Heathcliff's support passive for the rest of the fight on an actual ID. Open the cases. What does that mean? When ally with least HP is killed, gain 2 E. I mean, that's a pretty interesting support passive, too. Okay. So he really is here to just... He's here to use his skill 2, like, once. Is there any envy to activate Suncliff's passive in Rupture? No. There's definitely no envy. Please go check out that sound in your house. No. But are you saying you have Felbullet also have this ID? That's why they released Ryoshu, it's fine. How good do you think this would be as an MD solo ID? Probably terrible. If I had to guess, probably one of the very worst. But... Is what Sloshmo could have been? Ah, God, you're so right. That being said, he's a Yisang ID, and therefore he can use Sun Shower. So... Rupture ID would you run on Ryoshu, though? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. Don't think about that too hard. Don't think about it too hard. You use LCB Ryoshu, of course. Why wouldn't you? She's so good. Have you read Sandy Tab? I did. Yeah. I mean, if you're running him solo, you literally just can't use, you can't use the skill 3 or the defense. Which is really bad. 7 section Ryoshu viable? No. For Rupture? No. I mean, this exists, but no. Okay, is there anything else to look at him? Let me just double check. I mean, he's interesting. I like this direction. I think there are some things that are a bit weird. Like his Sandy Tab is kind of odd. But it, again, upsets me that they're making these really interesting ideas for 2 stars and then going, we're actually just going to release more E.G.O that you're never going to use anyways. Admittedly, the Ryoshu E.G.O is something I could actually use. But something like... Remember that Heathcliff Tremor E.G.O that released a while back? Who actually remembers that thing released? Alongside Deviant Sinclair. I do love how weird this unit is. Unfortunately, he's a 2-star. What's unfortunate about that? He does exactly what he's supposed to. I use it? That's crazy. Oofy Cliff? See, yeah, some people are like, what do you mean? Or you're saying it's good on Oofy, because you don't use Oofy Heathcliff. Not anymore. As good doing the best IDs video said at Red Eyes is the Bind Ambno, like Queen of Frost and Snow White's Apple exist. Yeah? I mean, why can't 3 queens coexist? Hop off Oofy? I'm actually an Oofy defender. My issue with Oofy is that he lacks tremor bursts and reverb is just way better. That's the problem. I think Oofy overall is very usable, but that's kind of about it. Anyways, I will do 20 pulls. I'm not gonna go broke. I mean, it's just that easy. Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it. Okay, I'll do 30 pulls. No problem. Ooh. Okay, I'll do 40 pulls. That's it though. That's the limit. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, we'll extract it with our daily pulls. Get it from this one for sure. Ooh. I'm the time dude, of course. It's like the... Yeah, we're time rippers. Of course we use asymmetrical inertia. That's good. I'm literally going to get lunacy from this event. No? Just, I mean, like, right? Also, my throat is a little bit dry, so pardon me if, like, reading is a bit tough. You're getting tickets? But I'm getting, like, lunacy from, like, EX clears. More ESGOO guys. Of course we bail out on mid-seasonals. That's a +2. I like that one. Don't listen to the voices, but the voices are very, 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 very loud. Can you stop? I know I mentioned you, but you showed up like 3 times, I think. We call that unlucky. That's what we call that. I told myself before stream I wouldn't do this shit, man. Dude, my wife's gonna be so mad at me. Anyways. As a Sunheath user, asymmetrical inertia's sloth resistance helps Sunheath solos a lot more than you think. That's awesome, man. That's cool. I mean, that's a neat use case. So what are these again? Amass data? Looks like an NDA. Do not buy the daily lunacies? No. Oh wait, we're immediately... Okay. What team do I want to go with? Oh. Hey, ESGOO, it's me, local conduit for Carmen. There should be pull again, right? You motherfuckers, man. I mean, it just wouldn't be value, right? If I didn't have, like, the E.G.O or the IDs going into the, you know, like, going into it. So it just wouldn't make any sense. Right? You guys are feeling my logic? One second, chat. Just, not doing much of anything here. Don't worry about it. Just gonna... Why the hell did you read that last Jonah with a Peter Griffin voice? Is that what it sounded like to you? I swear that's not what it should have sounded like. Oh my god, it didn't save my payment information in Steam. Am I really going to sit here and enter my debit card information on stream? Or am I just going to go ahead and play the game? Payment for what? Nothing. Nothing. You should read it out loud. You guys always ask for, like, the audiobooks from me, right? That's good. We can see everything. I know that's not true. Distort yourself now? Okay, let's calm down, guys. Look. Okay. It's gonna take forever. No, fuck this. No. Fuck this. Take a team of your favorite IDs for each center? Okay. We'll do that. I wasn't doing anything. We're gonna start the event. If I still don't get it by the end of today, I'll do that shit. Guys, which one your favorite? Old ESGOO would have swiped. Actually, it's would have, not would have. Look, normally I'd say Heathcliff, but he's kind of like... The art for him isn't very good here. I gotta say Ishmael looks the best here. Where's Ban? I really wish I had an easy, accessible photo of Ban from Ban, but I do not. Interaction farming on the live chat is great. It's called interacting with your chat. Can you just backseat my gameplay instead of my streaming, please? Be a normal fucking backseat gamer? Thank you. They're asking who her favorite sinner is. I mean, that too. Favorite ID per sinner? I mean, Solemn Man. I actually do really like Butler. And Faust, probably. This is Chef. Yelmerso. Yachi. Nope. I mean, Princess and Dietchi are pretty close nowadays. Leo Roach is also good. Burn is so overpowered now. My burn did like 10k in MD. Can you please say that Faust is awesome, please? Faust is pretty cool. If you mean the ID, I think she's a little bit lame. Leo, yeah. I mean, in honor of Burn getting something. This is Molar. And this is Zwei. They're a little under-leveled, but they'll be fine, I'm sure. We're doing this background music on your OST tier list. It's really fucking good. Thank you, ESGOO. I meant the character. Okay. No way Mariachi's your favorite? To be fair, I think from like a conceptual perspective, Mariachi Sinclair is one of the funniest IDs in the game. Hitting with maracas is very funny. It's just a shame that he's dog shit, so that's why I'm using him for a support passive. Are you ready for Railway 5? I am ready to be... So here's the thing. I've had... Okay, sorry for stalling. I know some people are probably here for the actual gameplay, not me fucking yapping, but my bad. The next video I have planned is the syncing video, which it's not going to be released when I want it to, unfortunately. But Railway 5 is the time where I get to see how negative or positive my video reviewing Limbus on the whole will be. Because if they keep not having old railways back in the game, I think that's a significant point against Limbus as a game. If they do bring back the old railways with Railway 5, then my review video significantly changes because the new player experience is significantly better. Sorry for yapping, but I think it's relevant to to my thoughts on Railway 5. Let's just... I mean, this is my favorite ID ever. I really like Liu Ishmael. Sank Dawn is up there. Getchi Hong Lu. It gets fuzzier here. Seems fair, but we all know it's not gonna happen. It just seems so obvious, man. A request erosion. I'm just thinking, like, I mean, Solomon has to be in there. And then out of these... If she didn't have max 30, man... Paint on blueberries? They're fine. Shut up, I'll be fine.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Yeah, you know, what is the point of that? Faust had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies, yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Spamming win rate, yeah. The Faust voice? Some people still have not been to my streams where I have to, like, read out Faust's dialogue. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not, how befitting of a hero is it to perish in place of her companion. Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "you're doing it wrong." Dante is my stream chat, but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. Dante is my stream chat. If I tried this, or if I tried, this researcher next to me would get in my way, claiming that they hadn't finished collecting the data. This guy's like a nerd, right? Let's see. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Oh, bind's mentioned. Holy shit. ESGOO in the game? Fuck you. Why does he sound like Squid? Ah. Ooh. I'm gonna turn on my light. You guys listen to the music. Hey guys, we at Project Moon recognize that Burn is a dogshit archetype. So we're gonna have you fight them in the first node, implying that they're the easiest ones to take down. I mean, he's blunt resistant, but sloth fatal. It all works out in the end. No one's gloom fatal. Actually, no. Rodian is. But she resists Pierce. God damn it, man. What's your opinions on Shashmunga Company? I feel like I should have like a witty response for a $50 donation, but I really don't, unfortunately. But thank you. Check the Hong Lu, he is Soda equipped. Oh, wow, guys. Holy shit, wow. I can't believe it. It is the Soda E.G.O. I mean, this only makes sense. Okay, no, she is... Oh, fuck it. This music is really good. Wow. That's actually gonna hurt a lot, too. I mean, Burn's just too good. No wonder they only released dog shit for it. I mean, yeah, there's no way to lose that clash, luckily. Clash my Limbus so. Are you kidding me? It's because they're level 50. Enjoying the Intervallo so far. I have read like 2 lines. What's going on? Current BGM's tier list rank? I mean, this is a pretty solid A tier, I'd say. Wrath Week, we can just kill Gregor. I think this is my favorite part of the NV Pecatillums, in case you weren't here for, like, the railway stream. Level 48. Wow, so they exactly have +3 offense level on me? No. What? Why were they gaining +1? Whatever, okay. Last week... I mean, Leo Merceau used his one good skill. Resonance? Oh, true. They did have Wrath Resonance, you're right. Forgot that they have that. I mean, I guess I should probably actually deal with that. You're also NV Fatal, so that works out. Fucking go for it, I don't care. We'll just kill Rojo. Fight the diverse team. I was told to just put my favorite IDs, okay? Whenever I stream Limbus Company, it doesn't matter what team I'm using. Someone's gonna come into my chat and say, "What is this team?" Brother, can't I just fuck around? Please. Oh no, not Forest for the Flames. I mean, I probably... She... Okay, that's guaranteed to kill, so... Gacha games are very serious. You're right. My bad. Please forgive me if you can. Find it in your heart. This music is really good, to be fair. Probably lose that, but it's honestly whatever. Do you have any IDs or E.G.O that you think your specific copy of the game performed like shit? I think that's... For me, for a long time, that was Sunshower. Sunshower Yisong, specifically. Just different when someone like you is running a big mix of stuff, because I expect someone like you to be running a perfectly assembled super team. I mean, I don't know, I'm just fucking around. My videos are very carefully scripted. But also I would like to just enjoy the game. Here comes Capote. I mean, it's the not scary Capote. Actually, that can just kill, so... That probably staggers, no guarantee though. You have 4 HP. Whatever. I mean, at this point, you probably could just win rate. Does Merceau's roll like a 35 or 40 to upside 4? Yeah, no, his is scary. Why are there a million cars on my street as soon as I try to start streaming? Like, it's crazy. And of course, the strongest ID is left standing. For how else could we deal with him? Well, next encounter we see a Fang Hunt Office Fixer Hong Lu. He's my favorite Rupture ID. Okay, sure. I don't I believe I have him leveled. He should be 45. You don't have to send me $20 for that, by the way. You can just say in chat, I paid $50 before. But thank you. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Dear ESGOO, as I'm already a member of this channel, please inform me how I can throw more money at you. Ignore this. Okay, I'll ignore that part. Carmen, stop responding to donations saying X money down the drain. I mean, I've considered opening a Patreon, but I feel like I don't make enough content to justify a Patreon. But I really, like, I genuinely very much appreciate if people are just like, I want to give you more money because I like what you do. That's, like, a very nice thing to say. Thanks. Oh, anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Marceau for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Okay. They're making his stretching noises relevant to the canon. I am awesome and Carmen is not. Let me spend my money. Thank you for the $20. But you don't need to spend money to tell Carmen to suck it. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna let that one hang. God, this music, I just want to like stay here. Music's so good. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Does the bug arm crack when he stretches? Okay. So, when I do these voice... Oh my god. Thank you for making funny game content, ESGOO. Take $5 and tell Carmen to distort. Is this what happens when I stream at like a reasonable hour? You guys don't have to give me so much money. Thank you, though. I have no agree. I'm assuming that's a reference to something. But usually I give Faust the nerd voice, Heathcliff a British voice, and Sinclair... Huh? What do you mean you can't? Is Deku. That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages, Sync. Oof, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rebind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. Guys, don't be mean to Carmen. Thank you for the $5. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. And dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's gotta be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Ahem. When it comes to money, it comes down to the sandwich or the streamer. And today the streamer gets my money. Thank you, Griffin. Can you point me to the place where you get a sandwich for $5? Because I'd love to go there. Okay, A-E-I-O-U. Thank you. A certain someone told me to tell you to either use Mariachi or first Zwei Sinclair. Oh, first Zwei Sinclair, the next encounter. That'd be amazing. Okay. I guess I'll be running Zwei Sinclair and Fang Han Tonglu. If I forget, remind me. Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were going to take some time to actually broach that subject, but just bulldoze through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. Tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so... Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designated seat you're planting your ass in. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly, Don Quixote. I'm sure you can... Sync, I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Alright, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, yeah? It's okay, ESGOO, I don't need to eat this week. Watching you make funny voices is well worth. Also, I hope you pull the new Faust She-Go Boom. I suppose if my funny voices is, sustenance enough for you. Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time you got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues? Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please? You still have expectations for our employers? Yeah, that's fair. Aha! I recall that young Rousseau had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? Guys, what one your favorite? Huggy Wuggy? Seek Scary Blue? Thank you, Opalu. I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was, the philosophy of Merceau's physical therapy, the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius. Yes. I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exasperating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. Deku Sinclair is sick work, but it's... Please stop making that voice. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, we have new content, Dante. It is time for Limbus Companies. G-U-L-P. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Can we get a repeat of that last one? Oh my god, guys. The last donation? Oh. Guys, what one your favorite? Huggy Wuggy? Seek Scaly Blue? Please also use Sloshing Ishmael and Sunshower Heathcliff. Okay. I'll have to use a support Sloshing Ishmael. But, sure. I'm in hell. You're talking to me? I just joined, why is he doing this? Oh my god, I look like such a clown. Okay, for the people who are like, watch Sunil's and Cass's streams, are they also like this? I'm assuming not, right? It's all like, relatively normal? Right? I don't know if it'd make me feel better or worse if it wasn't the case. I know Sunil plays like FNAF World. Worse? Oh. Okay. I think that makes me feel better. They're way worse. Wow. Ambiota's friendly fire on. Are you saying you want me to use magic? Oh my god. I'm from King Alien High School. Let's go. Thank you. Do you mean you want me to use MB Otis? Time Ripper? Sunil plays the Gunnar game, I think. I mean, that's just true. You're the normal one. How is that possible? Okay, people are gonna have to remind me what I need to bring. Fang Hunt, Zwei Sinclair, Sloshing Ishmael, Sunshower Heathcliff, Magic Bullet Otis. People are gonna come into the stream and be like, this guy's stupid, why do I ever listen to him? Dude, I'm going to. You don't have to give me money. I understand. I feel like I'm being held at gunpoint. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send in the sinners for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup. What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but it sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. As my last bit of money, had to take a loan. Don't bring Fang Hunt. Bring Full Stop instead. I like Pew Pew. Unfortunately, AEIOU donated more money than you, but I will bring Full Stop into a different one. Fang Hunt and Full Stop are getting confused in my brain at this point. Bring Fent Hunt. I think that's a different ID you're talking about. Also, don't take a loan to donate to me. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio. Due to ammo costs in the city, we cannot afford to hold you at gunpoint. Please accept being held at Pool Noodle. Yeah, that's fair. Ammo's expensive. You're not all Honglu. Well, no, AEIOU might be Honglu, considering the amount of money I've been given already. Got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Roja. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Did Ishmael work at R-Corp? Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Why he's looking all pale? Well, I don't understand. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. The examination for the Hero Association was... I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. Okay, last message for real this time. Second loan. If I can't have Pew Pew Honglu, give me Flameborn Hero Sinclair. Okay, I will use No, I have to use Fi Sinclair. I'll use him in a different one. Oh my god. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measurements of such characteristics? Must you really ask? Full knowledge and analyses of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. UA, the greatest hero... Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Oh my god. Why they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes. He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A-I-O-U. Okay. I will do the Matagampore. Whenever I say it, anyone else also says it. Tia Maganera. A true authority? By your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you are questioning whom... Oh my god. Whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. Was there another... Damn it, if I can't have Flameborn Hero Sinclair, give me funny haha 5-coin nuke skill Don Quixote. I don't have Warp Dawn leveled. But she is level 13, so I can technically bring her. So sure. But was this not always a topic of great contention? Stop it! Stop saying it! Stop it! Stop saying it. Always a topic of great contention among us? And which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Is it an Ishmael? Or maybe Faust? Or maybe Katja? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? Among Us. I know you gave me $2, but I feel like I should time you out. The battle... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seemed to be under some sort of serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Well, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyways? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on, how are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? I would like to submit Picard Yisang to the funny list. Okay. So I think every sinner has been taken at this point. Besides, like, Gregor. And Roja? Something like that? God. Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Rousseau? True. Fie, I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? A good point, let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least you won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. You guys are so stupid. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. The new wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. Oh! W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see. So they've been fervently planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Well, that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme, perhaps, in the works. And to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned... I can't speak. All the aforementioned side effects, then. I should preface this by saying, I am not very good at reading words. So that's why I've been hesitant to do one of these Intervallo streams, so bear with me. Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination's coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between the doors. There's been much progress in the stabilization efforts. However, minimizing pentasection incidents, most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows, though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. Can we get a Hawk Pungwa Pumke Sara Joria? Is that what Wild Hunt Heathcliff says? I actually don't know the line you're talking about. But thank you. I tried my best. I don't know... When does he say that? Is that when he, like... kills somebody? Skill 3? 펑펑과 함소리자. Something like that. I do remember him saying something like that. Don't say it, ESGOO, I came from the future. Aw, oh, fuck, man. My bad. Now, off the bus. Please don't do that. I'm sorry. Oh my god, more reading. Can I gamble again? Not quite. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior is mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is... Assistance from P-Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... Whoa. What? Is this zoomed in? I feel like she's closer than she should be, and I'm a little scared. In courts with young Cesara, are you? My day! Much did I aspire to regale her with a tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seems relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sight of the Limbus Company headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you are yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Oh, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon the frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Yo, transnest rights. Why'd you say all that if you were going to explain it anyways? And more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right! Didn't you say that Miss Cesara told you something about how the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Caution! Right, La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make a liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments sound nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention, making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The funny shelter app, no? What about it exactly? Was it March 27th or something? Can Deku leave? Is it bigger on the inside? Is that what it says? Or are you guys spoiling things? The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safe... Okay, you said it too early! I'm gonna let the alpha out if you keep spoiling my story. Is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilizes P-Corp's singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it is enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. That's a lot of reading. I'm gonna take a sip of water, oh my god. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Yeah. I'm going plus ultra. Sync? Why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Deviat Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. Yet a curious kid crawls with the courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. How much to make Deku Sinclair stop? The real question is, even if you make it stop, how much money would people give to make it come back? Several regulations were added... Oh, I forgot. Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviat Association's rules to prevent such cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company's headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. I humbly request a Malkuth announcer. Okay, I can do that. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the Aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies, now linked, are routing toward that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside, gang. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low, droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside this odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Hohenheim. Oh. Little loser Pecatholm. Okay. Malkuth announcer. Go away. Go away. So Picardi is saying Faust had no specific thing. Dawn was W Corp. I don't think there was one for Ryoshu. Merceau, there wasn't one. Honglu was Fang Hunt. Magic Bullet Otis. Zwei Sinclair. Sloshing Ishmael. Sunshower Heathcliff. Any problems here? As in from donations, not your own suggestions. looks good. I agree. I think there's only one way to start this off. Sure. Give me streamer or so instead. I mean, fine. Okay. That's fine. Okay, no more. I will use full stop after this, and I will use something else after this. I forget. I forget to borrow the sloshing. No, people wanted me to use this version. It was Philip Clare? Okay, you're right. Dawn off is afterwards. We'll be so fine. Are we waiting for something to happen? Are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing yourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yi-Song and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our status as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research, after all. Ah, so you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it can be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. But I humbly ask for Yi-Sang announcer for the singular Yi-Sang enjoyer me. I'm sure a lot more people like Yi-Sang than you. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say, hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying? Average Redditor argument? That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. This is also going to destroy my voice. So, I'm not going to be able to, like, record tomorrow. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd their clothes are. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions, successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of E.G.O gear in Limbus Company's style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pecatola, too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for the LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the E.G.O gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of E.G.O extraction visible here was quite acceptable. How much water or honey do you have for your throat? No honey, but I have water. Input appreciated. It is the product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. There's some people who really want this man, like really bad. Like really bad. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? Okay, yeah. Already? It's been less than 24 hours? Okay. You guys have fun discussing that. She's cute, by the way. I like her. We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. Just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There's much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. I like Blue Gregor too. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors in response in a case of such a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this early. You weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Charon wants cake, too. Oh, hey. You've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. I forgot I was... Oh, what? It doesn't even matter. This dumb fuck's here. I don't know why I checked those like it'd be any different. This is just delightful, huh? Oh my god. Nice job, guys. How? I mean, he's leveled, I guess. Oh my god. My sinners are useless. 1 of 3? It's so over. You might be seeing this stage a few times. Brings worst Rupture team? This is not a team. Wow, she exactly tanked it. That's amazing. These do base Gregor, he's my favorite ID in the game. Oh my god. I'm just gonna lose the EX clears. You're gonna have to see the fights twice, guys. He's kind of the GOAT. Didn't I lose this clash before? With Yisung? That's crazy. Ah, man. She can't even kill this thing. You can do it. We are ESGOO. Oh, you are ESGOO. I thought it said we are ESGOO. I was like, you are most certainly not. He's minus 18. This might actually be alright. I just need to lean into the potential, man. I forgot this is not a level W Dawn. And I got very sad all of a sudden. Could he use that clash lose protection? Send Rupture, this is fucked her. Yeah. See, that wasn't bad. We're making headway. Slowly. Oh boy, I sure do wish I had a unit that could protect themselves against a slash with their skill 1. The humble W Corp Merceau. Should I take that as your suggestion to run W Corp Merceau? Level 14 Dawn carry. I can't click on her. Oh, there we go. I thought she was all like what? She lacks a hitbox. What the? She's broken. Okay. Well, I'll just ignore that, I guess. If you win, make sure to check the damage stats for the funnies. Okay. I know those were the original target. That sucks. I can take the gamble. That's so stupid. This is so dumb. Nah. Oh, no way. It wasn't winnable. Ah, man. Hey, you know what? I'll take the poise count. That's actually pretty good. Ah, we wasted one. And he's staggered, but he's not because it's a new wave. Okay, hear me out. I don't think anyone's gonna complain about that, and if you are, shut up, I don't care. What's even gonna live? They're all Pierce Weak, right? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure these guys are actually Slash Weak. But what do you mean I've never seen these before? I know they're Wrath Weak. Slash Weak. You're right. In this situation, W Corp Merceau would go pretty hard. That's a fair point. I hadn't thought about that, actually. That's making sense. That almost loses. Did I split the attacks right? I don't know if I did. Nice. What do I need for another use of this? Okay, that's doable. It's actually not, I lied. It's doable in 2 turns. It's actually not, I lied. Making this my $200 donation. Also, my boy Honglu is cooking, he's so cool. Thank you. My god, by the way. You know, fun fact about the number 200. You guys can't type that number. In my very first stream, I banned the number 200 from my chat. Like, if you type it out, 200. Because the chat just wanted to count. So we banned the number 200. This also means, in my YouTube videos, if you comment... Okay, you're a moderator, you can get past it. If you comment 200 in any of your YouTube comments, they also get removed. Which is why a lot of comments on my videos get removed. I don't remove comments on my own. It's just the ones that have the number 200 in them that get removed. And I was so confused for a long time. But then I realized, oh, it's because I banned the number 200. Why exactly this number? Because chat was close to counting to 200. You can't comment 200, but you can comment out W Corp Merceau. Remember that? It's true. Nothing is stopping you from just saying W Corp Merceau or Matagan Pore. I forgot she's useless. Oh, he's 45 SP. She's so bad. I mean, we can Wishing Cairn. It's attack weight 1. Who needs rip space anyways, right, guys? Not me. I see I've made a severe mistake. This part of the interval is so boring, why don't I just skip ahead? Chat, would you approve me just skipping past the story so I can get to the later part of the Intervallo so that person feels validated? This will stop you guys spamming, right? Don't skip funny moments. I'm obviously not going to. He's so uncrazy. I love him. I think I make the EX clear, right? Oh, I have Bygone Days equipped. Oh my god. He's gonna do no damage. This is my only way of redirecting, huh? That's cool. It's fine. Sunshine Heathcliff is used to getting grinded on. So no problem there. Okay. See, that stopped your fucking counting, huh? You just gotta say some crazy shit. Do not call me a goofy ass streamer. Just call me a goofy ass streamer. God damn it. Wait. Relentless stabbing might actually do something? That's new. Stop it. Oh my god. Only stabbing? Ah, it's underwhelming. Thanks, Hohenheim. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pectilla and Vide. Har, Manager Esquire! Hi-ho! I have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Hey, you son bud. They were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the rest of the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? Look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are, Marcel? You're finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LC department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. It's the Shahads! Hohenheim is how I imagine you look IRL. It's like, unfortunately, it's not too far off. The hair is different, but unfortunately, he's not too far off. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us. ESGOO is bald. That's not what I said. Fuck do you mean? Are you on a cube? Oh yeah, I forgot ESGOO is real. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Did you know that I eat food and I drink water? That's crazy. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. You can find it at the Limbus Company store. Ham ham pang pang. Okay. Guys, really? I mean, the merch is pretty fire. Right? I could... Oh my goodness. Square's clothes, what a weirdo. I've in fact posted myself wearing clothes. My bad. I hate to break the illusion. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? They're LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning up the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Merceau can remedy your pain. I'm always prepared to administer necessary aid, should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground. Aye. And, can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just it's just there so I can look cool. Really, Gregor? Come on, Gregor. I mean, he's kind of true. Aha. And what about... bold, but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important that I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Roja suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Roja trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. When who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart asses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes? If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was class vice president in school. Well, you know, at the UA. A diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? You fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner? Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Ugh. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures in offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry about as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? I know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Me? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. What? Why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher the level of education and the more elaborate the resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yuseng. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are made less than desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yusong replied with a particularly downcast look. Regret Faust. Okay. Gotcha. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho. So, what have we got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha. Now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly in me in a voice that only I could hear. What a shock. Wow. And this is literally all from Blind Obsession. I mean, it's just clear which ID is better, right? Anyways. Oh my god, more reading? I'm gonna die. He does look quite nice in that. Use the tickets? I'll do it afterwards. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there. Get in line, single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Okay. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on an air of a studious, learned individual, like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's got to be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. I mean, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, he's actually pretty effective. Yeah, it seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests. Finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see, on a physical level, how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I did hear about this, how they literally power scale the sinners. I see, so they're trying to see how much they progress since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? I'm gonna have an emotional moment now. Perhaps I've learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in over long ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things are as they are. Oh. I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is a progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger, too, ever since I got the powers of all for one. Oh. Look, I think I'm getting calluses in my palms. I would like to request the funny Sakuya knockoff maid Ryoshu. She is level 1. Uptie 1. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know? We made like a lot of money on this game. I mean, a brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Our friendship is truly what brings us together. Plus ultra... Like glue, huh? I like it. Nah. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, yes. The same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Take that back. I take it back. We're not done. Not? So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sink. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the aether? That's it, you bloody cup! Excuse me. I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the Golden Bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when you first entered into contract with Dante? Daddy isn't done speaking! Indeed, one of the powers of a Golden Bow is connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. You're making Daddy angry. Owenheim's comment and the subsequent stares seemed a bit targeted. Nerfed by Sinclair, yeah. Think of it as something akin to Clyfoth deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course. Had I been in my prime, I would have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're also prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Okay. Gregor? Boy, what's the use of all this chatter? Matters we've all been brought down to the level of that lad. But I got calluses on my palms, and all might trained me. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Isang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. When the pallid whale began at its full strength, it's highly likely we may still have been entrapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual... The first chat message I read as soon as I see this is, Sinclair is not Deku. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed with the Golden Bow. Did someone say quirks? Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Plus Ultra? Oh, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumbleback at the T-Corp factory. Huh. Won't waste my breath boasting. You would never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? And there are dozens, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each sinner of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each sinner, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. Aaron Meller, how would you rate Faust's new ego drip? I have not seen it in-game in a while. But it's like, it's pretty good. I think. It looks nice on Alyssa. Maybe that's because I just like Twin Tails. Do the full "we're not done, Daddy isn't done speaking, I beg of you." I'm not doing that for $5, unfortunately. And especially not right now. We will utilize the Pecatola and the distortion phenomenon. Huh? That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method we were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Get in there. It's what your fans want. Yeah. Oh, gambling money! Fuck! What's your reaction to Faisang's yapping in the skill and passive names? I didn't, so I wanted to, I considered doing a first reaction video, but I was like, I'll stop the slop a little bit. Because I know some people look at my videos and be like, wow, ESGOO really fell off. And that kind of bothers me. So I didn't do it for that one, but it was very funny. The crowdsourced donations for the full Deku copy pasta. What's a fair price for that thing? How much money for Deep Voice? Deep Voice, what, Hohenheim? I like the nerd voice too much. Oh! Matagan pore. No way. What the fuck? I am now Matagan poor. His face is your reaction? Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing that he does in his... That probably sounded really weird to anyone who does not know what I'm talking about. The thing where, like, you know, in his trailer where he, like, stabs... But I'm just gonna leave... You know, whatever. We're going back to the thing. Oh, finally! Oh, they finally did this shit. Thank you. Thank you. How hard was it? Took like 2 years to add this shit. Thank you. His victory cry? Is it his victory cry? It might be. You regret saying that? I don't care. If there's a hard objective, good. Good. I want to struggle. What is this shit? Thank you for doing this, Project Moon. Oh my god. It's so needed. Who needs more skill slots? Probably Dawn Office. Just wait till he sees 7.57. Yeah, if it's hard, I will be excited. Let's see, first one of the blocks. Heathcliff had already been flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Clearly this guy does not use 7 Association Heathcliff. Right, you and you there. Inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Honglu and Sinclair. Hello. 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Peccatella are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we're fighting the Peccatella again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oh, we've been starving countless scores of these sods, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then, because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? Yeah, I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple-choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're the closest to colleagues? Dante says 3 colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up three his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect, it's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something, and the acceptance of it, must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Limbus Company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact, if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are necessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts. To gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say, with this little demonstration, is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually? Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Well, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Peccatella projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be too boring or too difficult to understand, you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. This material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Peccatella, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Peccatella you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. I don't like this guy. When will he get the PM side character treatment? I would be shocked if these guys die, but I guess it could happen. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Peccatella beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. You prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Peccatella to be covered today is Peccatella Irae, Red Peccatellum of Wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. That's... because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, though. But what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Okay. Oh, they just start with max skill slots. Okay. No support passives either. Interesting. Two-way sports is just strong. Yeah. I was also thinking, like, is there anything that reduces burn? But no. Limiting sinners is a very enjoyable gimmick. I agree. So is giving alternative EX clear conditions. Especially EX conditions. I will not have coffee with Barack Obama. No. I mean, I probably shouldn't waste bullets. No reason to, after all. How strong the full stops are? It's tricky, because, like, Honglu relies on Heathcliff. So I don't really know what to say to that. But Heathcliff is pretty good on his own. Honglu on his own is also pretty good. But... is that set that they always counter? Because that's very annoying if so. I feel like this is just more damage, probably. I just got unlucky? Really? That's stupid. Okay, it's enough. The crit. That is not gonna be enough. Wrath Fatality, man. This guy's also Wrath Fatal if I don't equip, Cavernous Wailing. I wonder if that's intentional. Probably is if I had to guess, but I could be wrong. Am I out of bullets? Wow. Those go quick. So I kind of have to use this. Use both these. I guess I don't care about turns, huh? He attacks even without ammo? I mean, you're right. Hi, buddy. I mean, this should be fine. Joey from the Wild Hunt. Remember, offset exists? It doesn't work on counters. It used to work. Ah. Well, that's lucky. That's gonna hurt pretty bad, though. We should be okay. Is it turn start? Okay, it already happened. It's not combat start. I'm gonna rely on him getting staggered. It's kind of cringe missing that. We're fine though. Easy enough. My name is Hong Lim and I love rolling tails. My name is Sinclair, and I'm gonna be the greatest hero! Nice. This is the one people were mad about, because you like need to use Regret Faust or something. Jeez, Gregor. Sloth Pachycillum are weak to Blunt. I have tickets now, so I can actually bring him up, but I don't even think he'll be very good. But he is blunt. Yeah. I need to remind myself what he does. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing too special. Guess I'll do this as well. Base Merceau. You're not wrong. Base Merceau could actually go pretty hard. We feel great on this team? We can. Actually, very well. Well, not very well. I don't know, we'll probably have to redo this one, but that's fine. You Chef Gregor now? You're a bit too late, buddy. Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do you, bud. You can hear just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let us discuss Pecatillum pigrishi, sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They're trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is sufficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Being lumped in with these two makes me feel real self-conscious all of a sudden, like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. Not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into the danger. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. See, even they know that Gregor's mid. One of 9. So annoying, man. Okay, I misclicked. That's bad. So I'd rather probably use Empowered Skill 2. Did that attack weight really... How did that not hit him? I mean, that's just so cringe, no? It dodged. I've got an idea. Ah, you need him. Damn it. I was gonna drop Gregor. I will not use Chef. I would like to actually win. Probably use Brace Gregor. God damn. All your guys' donations. Fine. We'll go back through and do a serious attempt. Thought Gregor was your favorite sinner? You are not caught up on my preferences of sinners. Resetting at wave 1 is crazy enough. I mean, people are telling me this is hard, so... I mean, this shit's just ridiculous. I could try using the counter. One of the few times I'll actually get use out of that shit. AI-generated description says you're playing Grand Blue Fantasy. I've never played that game in my life. That actually almost one-shots. It's pretty good. I mean, theoretically, this is insane. The thing is, I want to keep them alive to get the on-kill effect. But I can weaken them. Gregor's here to soften him up. You can kill. Should have. I threw up. Can I go home? Yeah, you can. I'm not trying to keep you here. If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna cringe if this does not hit these three. Shortest animation in the game, by the way. Gregor's skill 2. Didn't clash with Faust. I was going to, but I didn't realize that it would stagger because of the gluttony fatality with Gregor. So is this also RNG? Or does this happen every time? Just give it to me straight. So you're telling me all of them rolled their 3 protection. I guess it's on use. Okay, I thought it was combat start. That's fine. Kind of. But then I just be... is that worth it? I'll just like focus one of them and offset on that one. Because we can eat that, no problem. I mean, theoretically, this should... No. We can offset again. Why not? Why are you doing singles? Do you have Gregor? I was donated to use base Gregor, okay? I know that base Gregor is not very good. Wow, that's... I mean, nice slash fragility, but okay, not bad. Bam, 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 bam. And if I just generated lust, huh? Like, Fluid Sac goes hard here, huh? The Fluid Sac goes crazy. I mean, this probably kills, maybe? Be out of charge, so I should probably just get that back. I was very wrong. Wow.
탈출 배치가 준비되었습니다.
I mean, I can roll tails. So no reason to risk it. I feel like this should easily kill. But again, like, why risk it? What is a jag? It was that right there. Okay, that's a waste.
탈출 배치가 준비되었습니다.
Hi. Wow. Oh. What the fuck? They have the reverb, huh? Okay. Just 2 question marks. And this is more damage. No one can stop the wall. Stone shower? It's actually sun shower, have you heard? He's so good, guys. I love W. Marcel. Oh, where's my regret, man? Wow. It'll surely just hit tails. It'll surely just hit tails. It'll surely just hit tails. There you go, no problem. That does nothing. Wait, this thing resists blunt? Oh, wow. Yeah. I just saw that on creative name. Unconventional obstacle challenges. Here's the thing. This isn't fucking different. This is just EX clear with 1 less turn. That's actually not that creative. That's... Man, I liked the 50% HP one. This is not nearly as creative. I mean, what do you even do if he gets the protection off? Like, actually, wow. the solution isn't base Gregor. What? What do you mean? You mean you no way. Dear God. Shut up, Hohenheim. Fuck you. I remember asking you shit, buddy. Ready for Hohenheim to roast the shit out of you for losing the challenge? Because W Cup are so sure he would ship that thing anytime soon. Actually, if you did my second try, so it's not really that hard. I think you just need to get good. You're right. My bad. Streamer salt. Guys, I don't need backseating on what IDs are good on these sinners. I'm doing this for the stupid. Use multi-crack Faust. What a concept. You're telling me that the thing that's weak to blunt and fatal for most of the encounter is the ID you want to use is the blunt gloom ID that perfectly fuels fluid sac? No way. That's great. Did he say something? I didn't see what he said. Oh, you know what I can do? I'll put you under the bed, buddy. Now it's gonna do like no damage, but ignore that. Yeah, that's regret. Nice. Also, how does he keep rolling the slowest? Do you guys know this guy's speed range? Not you. It's 4 to 8. How was he the slowest like 2 turns in a row? That's absurd. Hey, chat was an association of Hong Kong app for an ID yet? The chat? Yeah. Have an ID for you. Yeah. I mean, it seems like if you can get Tremor to burst on this guy, the issue is like Merceau and Gregor don't really have great Tremor IDs. Like, if they did, this would be a lot easier, I think. Because you can get him staggered quicker. Because he just falls over now, right? Yeah, pretty much. Rose Spanner sweep? I mean, better than Rose Spanner Gregor on a Trevor team, I'll tell you that much. Okay. Do you want me to do this now, or continue story? They have Tremor IDs? They do. I said good ones. Story? Yep. What's the condition? Oh. Sinking, you gotta use potential, man. Don't think that's true. Seventh bullet on Otis E.G.O is actually going to last wave. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "We're really gonna do this song and dance for each and every one of these peccatillum? Why don't we lump them together like how you paired up us sinners?" Huh, running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also failed to see the necessity in fighting these peccatilla one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06 greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Yeah. Very well, then allow me to explain Peccatella morositasis gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility. Such is gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of their contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, so ready to go. In you go. You too, Assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired from all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. About to sink into despair. I can just only think of Ramatra saying that. So these guys have... Okay, so only these guys explode? How is the Intervallo? I'm pretty good so far. I'm liking the dialogue. Full stop, Heathcliff. I'm realizing this is going to be 3 waves. I assumed, like, you'd have to kill things really fast. But I'm realizing that might not be the case. So maybe we just save bullets. That's kind of a shame. That's fine. Really, man? Really? Like the skill response, press you face these forms, Pekka told off in the past. How would I? Oh, she's got a lot of attack power up. We can just full dodge here. Maybe get some counter going. I feel like that should kill. Turn end. Okay, that's fine. We're super fine. There was a headset. Usually doesn't get old anytime soon. I agree. That's pretty good. Why'd you bring Molar instead of Barber? Because I prefer Molar, and also I know these guys are Lust Weak. They aren't. I'm a liar. I really thought they were Lust Weak. Also, this is unfortunate, but whatever. I think Molar's just more consistent, no? You have discard. I'm not expecting Send Resistance to be consistent. They used to be in the past, right? Am I not am I crazy? I don't know. Okay. Thanks, man. What is NV Glut Week? I might just be crazy. I think the issue is, in Mirror Dungeon, I just always use Ring Sang against them, and they die. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of damage, but it's just Ring Sang doing the damage. Well, this is a decent time to offset. Come on, man, I faced these before. I know Wrath is good. Everything is Lust Pierce Week when it comes to Ring Sang. You're correct about that. The big bullet's coming up soon. Save Atelier for the big boss. What a concept. I wouldn't have thought of that if you didn't say it in chat. I really appreciate it. That's perfect, because we can... That's actually kind of a shame. I wanted to get the bonus going, but we can't. So... The one where I, like, don't use attack skills. Yeah. It's not a huge deal. Whatever. Actually, I need poise count. That's fine.
한바탕 해볼까?
Whoa. Well, he got a ball. Your Honor, Glimpfecatol and every balling. Holy shit, Glimpfecatol balling. How'd you time that so perfectly? Were you waiting? Were you waiting for this thing to come on screen? He is balling. Ooh. Okay. One of the best new PM designs, also wife material? What? Sorry. Run that back? Wife material? Something may have gotten lost in translation there. Surely this will work. Whatever. The evade won't be a problem, it'll be fine. I could offset it, but... Big bullet. It's pretty solid, considering that's resisted. Pretty simple. That's what I think of your wife.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 비워서 철수하자고.
I wonder who this is. No, don't even joke, lad.
자, 해골바가지랑 거미대가 후드려 패러 간다.
Do I care about who's faster? I mean, I could go W Ryoshu for assist attack value. Then again, Red Eyes is just as good, but you just can't get the Pride resonance as much. What Pecatolam are these? Okay, well, I know the Lust ones are Pride Week. I know that for fucking fact. Requirement? I mean, that seems totally fine, no? Sorry, I'm back. Just wanted to say thanks for using the GOAT W Rousseau earlier. Here's some money for making the right choice. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you appreciated it. Made Ryoshi was good here, I think? Alright.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Well, they want much trouble. Next up's YouTube. Get in there. My wife. With Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams! Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. Huh. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. that thou speakest of me? That's, tis quite the pickle. Wait, she wants to switch teams, is that alright? Of course not. You are the man, let's go. I'll admit my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not gonna hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Ash, I thought I'd been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pecatillum superbiae, pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on and on and on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxury, lust. I've since been corrected as not the only Yisong enjoyer in chat, so when it comes to Yisong's turn, can I humbly request us all night Yisong? No problem, sure. And yeah, I feel like, and this might sound crazy, I feel like Yisong fans are really outspoken about how much they like him. I love Yuri. Yeah. I figure any characters that are paired together are going to get shipped more often now. Hong Lu, Sinclair Truthers, you're having a good day. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatillum luxury, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self. A desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Okay, calm down. You're all fine. You all don't need to know about breeding. I doubt it's relevant to you. Admitted Heathcliff, all of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. I read your donation very wrong, initially. I did not read fatty as fatty. Big fatty moricitasis... I feel like... Yeah, moricitatis. I've never said it out loud, really. It's one of the most lovely things come out of this Intervallo. Would attempt to pet. It is pretty cool. I forgot I was trolling. I'm actually curious here. If I'm going first, I think I can actually stagger this thing. Yeah, that's not good. So I have to hit this like this. We got this. Made Ryoshu level? A little bit lower than what it should be. A little close for comfort. God, that's pathetic. That's also pathetic. 3 hits taken? Okay. It's time to lock it in. Why do you have that Ishmael at level 50 but made Ryoshu at level 1? I don't like made Ryoshu. That's why.
적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
Also, it leads to funny things like this. Why no like made Ryoshu? Because she's just a Sank ID in disguise. She doesn't synergize with Bind, unlike the actual enemy of Nelly. So she really should. But she just doesn't. And it upsets me. You don't use her, how do you not like her? Because I don't like her kit. Like, why is she a Sank ID in denial? She applies Bind. She applies... She doesn't even she has it... One! She doesn't even have it at, like, up type 1. She is on rush. Yeah, that's cool. It is cool. ESGOO is rage baiting. I hate when someone has an opinion different than yours and you just call it rage bait. It's not rage bait. It's my opinion. You can call it a dog shit opinion, but it's not rage bait. I'm not lying to you about my opinion. Just not quite fast enough there, huh?
전투응대에 나서
She's holding on. Mad about one bind? Yeah, I'm mad that, like, there's not something interesting.
저놈을 추적해.
It's... it's so bad.
저놈을 추적해. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Please use a different Ryoshu. This is boring. This is way more interesting than if I was using Warp Ryoshu. I would just be stomping through this. What do you mean?
총원 불격.
Who do you use Ryoshu's new E.G.O with? I mean, Butler is the correct choice.
저놈을 추적해.
Nice attack weight. Nice stagger.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Just to get good skills lined up here.
총원 불격.
No, my poise count.
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Oh, why does this always happen when I'm trying to do this kind of thing? I could give myself poise, but I don't think that really matters. Whatever, man.
총원 불격. 이 작살은 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금 선원들 나를 보호해라.
The tall boys. Welcome in, tall gentlemen. That's a bit of a nuisance, huh? I mean, it makes sense that there would be a counter in this kind of thing. I don't actually want to use that because I don't want attack weight. I could just dodge this instead. Max out at 13 is actually perfect. Nice. Oh! Nah, not quite. Not quite enough. It's fine. These are less fine. Luckily, these just barely max out at 13. There's actually like a lot of nuance to doing this with level 1 made Ryoshu. Anytime I see Lost Pacatola, I just think of Chromer and N-Corp. I mean, yeah. It's kind of hard not to. Whenever I see, like, the Stage 2... That's big damage. Whenever I see Stage 2 Gluttony Pecatola, I just think of Dongrang. Is that a level 1 made Ryoshu? Maybe. That is a level and up type 1 made Ryoshu. Yep, you got it right. Higher in the tiers, look at the shit you can do at level 1. Any level 1 ID with a evade could do what she's doing right now. Aw, no assist attack? Lame. That's fine. I would do this if it wouldn't, like, it would lose me SP, so. Oh. But that was so easy. I mean, that one was just, like, hardly even a challenge. I thought there was gonna be another wave. Each unit defeats the Pecatolum that has taken their shape once. As in Envy Pecatolum? Gee, I wonder which Dawn ID I should use. Verily, nigh is the time for young Yisang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pecatola and Vidier. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh, does static shock have aught to do with envy? By the way, if you get to this Intervallo, this is your first interaction with Envy Pecatolum if they don't keep Railway 4 around, right? Like, man, like, why aren't railways permanent? Whatever. Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Right before his canon, though? Yeah, there's like the little story segment, but we have cutscene. I mean, like, fighting them. They're also an MD. Okay, yeah, man. When I get my RNG pack, yeah. I feel like that's an even worse first experience with MD Pecatillums, no? You do see them in the railway chapter, but it's a far cry from actually fighting them. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you've always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which these said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. And imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate plays such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph, immediately before you were to receive yours, ere this chance was robbed. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh. My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Hi there. Okay. I mean, luckily this class is he clashes like shit, so +5 offense level would make a difference there, huh? And high base floor, okay. Maybe I was a bit rude. But I feel like 1 skill 3 staggers, maybe, or close to it. No skill 1s? Oh, you mean just this turn? Or in general? What does he have equipped? His Bygone Days? Oh my god. Never mind. Okay. If his Bygone Days, he would be Lust Fatal, and that'd be very easy. This might look a little bit awkward, but if this works out, it'll work out really well. If it doesn't... Okay. I forgot she's not Pierce Fatal. The new BLIDs are not Pierce Fatal. That did like no damage anyways. Okay, cool. Now that's bad. I mean, like, how do you fail that, right? Second Kindred or Blade Lineage guy? True. I think we all know who wins. My manager Dawn is slacking. My manager... No, you're so right, actually. I learned this lesson before during the Walpurgis Knock stream. My manager Dawn is fucking dysfunctional. If you guys were there, you would remember. My manager Dawn is some ass. I'm taking this one. Yeah, my manager Dawn lost to an evade on a fucking gear worshipper. See, double skill 3 turn 1 is actually a little bit... It's a little bit diabolical. I can see why people were saying something about, like, tanky IDs are good here. Kind of just have to win these. Don't stagger me, please. Okay. No problem. See, my manager Dawn gets staggered there. Okay. So by the way, does this this conditional means like Dawn needs to defeat a Dawn because Yi-Song defeated a Yi-Sang? That's what that means, right? Cool. I was getting concerned. That's... Okay. These guys resist Pierce. And that's actually a huge problem. I mean, ouch. Luckily, we should be okay here. Not quite death, but close enough. It's actually not close enough. And he's 7 speed anyways. I mean, Yi-Song doesn't need to live, right? It's fine. Okay, well, thank God that won. Bye-bye. You aren't getting EX clear here? Isn't it this, though? I already did it. Yiseng kill the other Yiseng in the first wave? Yeah, he did. Calm down there, buddy. Whoa, let's calm down. I don't think we'll be doing that here. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nice job taking damage there. Is this the thing that I was hearing about? I think I heard something about this. She gained 5 levels.
준비를 완료했습니다.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
Made Ryoshi was good here at level 1 or level 6 up Taiwan? I don't think that's true. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Song, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please, vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote as ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Roshinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet 'twere quite the hideous access. Okay. Access sorry to be forced upon Roshinante. I've tied one of them once again in the shape of ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Roshinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Roshinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. Oh, accessory. Went over my head. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too, or else are we gonna get another chance to do that? And this course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But was but an independent decision called by Roshinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with my will. Well, you know, potato to potato. I was already quite aware of the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off, and again, really quickly? And the standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We've indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities or on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? Yeah, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome, NA. Reason, subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote in her core, still without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yi-Song will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Hold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layered knot possesseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? She's a lesbian, that's how she knows. I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante, for I... Sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control, because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote's accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death and perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. The voices of all the children he had embraced. Perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink, I must. Dante? Dante, wake up. I think this is a lot like the last time that building with a fire on the edge suddenly exploded. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay, I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're gonna need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't gonna do anything. So you're gonna sit here and do nothing? That's not what All Might would do. Ain't that just a matter of getting his shoes back on? Right, Yi-Sung, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible, so much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? You've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome is not aligned with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Oh. Hi, Malka! I mean, this... I'll take anything to hear this music again. Sancho Battle Round 2 fight? Yeah, wow. Is this like really the full fight? Oh my god. Not quite. That's easier. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty tough. I mean, he resists Pierce, but he's Lust Fatal. Superbia bait? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Read the conditionals in passive? Oh my god. Okay, that's really not that... It's really not that complicated as far as what I saw. I guess we can try to have Yi Sung take this. Look at her SP, okay. That's pretty intense. That is going by very fast. Okay. When conditions are met, gain 3 fragile until this effect expires and this unit gets a new pattern. Thanks for the knowledge. End combat phase? Okay. Should be fine. Also, yeah, stop backseating. I'm not gonna look at you. I don't care. Just letting you know. If people are being annoying. I know chat gets really bad at these times. And this should be correct. I apologize for your eyes. At least there is a filter over the screen. Okay, Hong Lu, don't fuck this up. Good job. Why is the stream dying? It might just be... I think that's just a bitrate moment. Stream is dying? I'm not like dropping... I'm not dropping frames. Looks fine on my preview. It's fine? Okay, I was confused. Okay. Sorry if that was happening to you guys. That's weird. Okay. I don't think I'm missing anything. This is something about panic. Well, she's gonna be staggered. She probably will not be, but she's gonna be staggered. Somehow this is the least consistent one, despite him having some of the most sandy on the team. That's nice. I have faith. Ain't that a rare sight? An actually staggered Sancho. You guys are concerning me with the talk about the pixels. It looks a little bit bad, but like that's because of the filter on screen. When I stream next, I'll up the stream quality. Oh, this one's different because it is ... It's nice. It's quite a bit of attack weight you have there. That'd be quite the Chad move. That said, what are you weak to again? Actually, ineffective gloom. Okay, I've been doing this wrong then. How does this look? I don't have serious Skullbuster. That kind of sucks, actually. It's hopeless. So it's just kind of unclashable. That's fine. That's the case we just get as much damage as possible in. Does like 4th match Flame win? It's neutral. I don't think I have anything that wins. I could ADD Paralyze. Then Durante 4th match flame. Oh. Well, that's quite rude of you. I had a whole plan. Put your feet away. I must. I have to be the mother to them all, to all of them. The family's thirst, it's... No, my lady. You need to be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. Okay. The hard counter to Blood Fiends is here. Nice. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understood that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed. Kose, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Andrew Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. The voices? The voices of my family. Here comes Deku. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Deku trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct, but I cannot well explain how... The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of Sandy, and I hurt you all. Not really, actually. Not all that much. By the way, that was the fight you guys were all hyping up? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, he's cooked. What? As Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. You got lucky. Period. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad because it took you a while. You're mad. Don Quixote! This isn't your fault. It's... No. Such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes. Their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us, after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and you won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand the surge. I've done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. I thought the line was, and that was precisely the wick attached to the fucking time bomb within the LCB. I thought he was just dropping an F-bomb for no reason. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. Seemed like he was in on it, only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, you were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchigan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. That it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. The desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, and on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to Sandy was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of these needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath and turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. You're looking at it all wrong. You're gonna remove those shoes one day, yeah? That's what you're gonna persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Manager Esquire. Perchance is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. No coincidence. It's no coincidence that at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Maestro. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We have finally enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh. And what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all got to know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst-case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners, and in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet exonerable circumstances, unavailable. That's quite the line. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons, such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies the very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long, long silence. And the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yi-song. Yi-song? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yi-song, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? Yi-song? Gotcha. Plus ultra. Well, this is quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. So true, Sancho. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Are we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own place in that order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably? Or Heathcliff's? Guys, actually, the reason why Gregor gets mid-IDs is because canonically, he's not even worth being scaled. That's so fucking stupid. It's like how they said that they want to keep 2 stars shitty. I mean, that makes more sense, but the fact that Gregor has bad IDs... Fuck off. Dawn should have the best IDs in the game, if that's the case. Which she does not. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You're the center with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy you placed last. He just needs to have his arm go berserk, huh? After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We've been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you've written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers have struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up and tried to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but the destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on in the intro. And thus it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oh, don't be so ignorant, eh? It's all just, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We gotta do the research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to subject He7PI2001, then yes. This is simply prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that He's something is the new classification code format? Indeed. Because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of the distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigrisha, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatola. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatola are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing? I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage in these entities in battle. While this timer proposes very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. Oh my god. I need to drink some water. It's a lot of speaking. Does this mean Yan became an abnormality? I mean, Yan was defeated, right? So I feel like being bookified probably stops that. This is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are only there as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. ESGOO, do you not remember the distorted ensemble? I mean, that's true. But, like... I mean, it poses the question... the question is more so, what happened to Jan afterwards, right? It's the same thing with, like, Philip. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. How do you like some of the lore reveal so far? I mean, it's very interesting. I kind of regret the voice choice I gave this guy. But, you know. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the Golden Bough, at first only in possession of the Fingers and the syndicates of the backstreet, now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment would be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level, It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I'm impressed by your optimism. I have to stop. Oh my god. Doing that voice for an extended period of time? Jesus. I'm impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. Oh my god. Stop speaking, man. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. And that's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it'd be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that this is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. They gotta learn to lock in. Oh. I mean, I guess there had to be a dungeon. And this is fine. ESGOO deep voice. I don't know what that's meant to mean. Stop saying it in the chat. Stop it. I don't know what you mean. You just keep saying it. You're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you've learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I've got a bad feeling about this. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the one to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're gonna force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish for me to say. I'll be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you've all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a peccatillum? You end up becoming a peccatillum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. You've made a bet on what kind of peccatillum I would turn into. You bet on Goulet, I on Nvidia, and her on Pigriche. But how could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become a peccatilla, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Gambling. Like a gotcha. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a peccatillum grieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favors at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Hohenheim's interesting. I kind of like him. Which is a shame, because he's really just, kind of leaning towards the he's gonna die. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Peccatillum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Peccatillum. A mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals of backup plans, or...? This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Fuck you! Fuck you, Project Moon. You're not clever. Heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and papers, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files in my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we'd be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be witness to my very own distortion. Funny. Funny. Huh? If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we've discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms. And you'll progress through the Mirror Dungeon, as you've always done when facing a distortion, to reach into the deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Exit section. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious. Or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for full recovery, but it will happen, should you succeed. That reminds me. That's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-hatted Kim, he's recovered. He's safely contained within our facilities. Ah, it seems they are ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Peccatillum.
Indeed. And I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do.
I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we'll bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. I don't think I'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Marcel? It will be done as you commanded. Marcel nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentiality. Dissipation. Right hand. The moment Marceau uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory.
I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However,
I need to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Huh. I mean, I'm not really running a specific team. Ah, nice.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
I was trying to give my voice a fucking rest, man. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will. At least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion. Reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You. Us. Is that Meat Lantern? What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you're in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this, like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes? Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're gonna have to take them down if we won't make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Well, that's quite intense. Ah. Holy fuck.
한바탕 해볼까?
Is this really slash fatal, or are they just not fatal to anything? That was a lot of sandy damage. Oh, blunt, okay. That's not great. Why is new Faust burn ID so ass? I mean, I haven't tested it myself, but it does seem a little disappointing. Top or bottom? I'll do whatever I see more of. I assume there's a difference. I am seeing more bottoms. Sure.
애착을 갖고 들여다볼 가치가 있는 예술이.
More Rupture. 15. 15 and 3, baby.
와일드 헌트야.
So how do we know this guy's actually distorted? Doesn't sound any different from his usual self. Oh, well, I messed that up. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon with fathoms. We'll see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. Make a fair assessment. How about this, then? Sure to see them anyway. Allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, huh? I'm Mr. Hohenheim? Let me think, I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. Whichever is the case. I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I want to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do not let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months. Not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. If this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, here to thank you. Picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. Heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before, you know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has ever been publicly available, the Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. I mean, that's kind of what karma was about, right? Overcoming your traumas and... Well, not your traumas directly. Like, overcoming and becoming the best version of yourself. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. You believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living at large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself. Indeed, you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics, like the probability theory anyway. What a dick. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Perhaps the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back street. Or is that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new app node that just got shipped here. Is that an E.G.O suit? I can't tell. I don't think it is. At least not one that I know. Okay, I didn't think so. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on the hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You. Us. Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is whom they truly wish to hurt. Oh, perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. Thank you, Malkoth. Censored? Huh. Well, it's not like we can really focus fire anyways. I mean, they do have unique sanity, but, you know, whatever. Jesus. Let me fatality. The LobCorp employee gets staggered first, yeah. It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Didn't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observation among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Botany Corporation, for one. You've... us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me. even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of former L-Corp. Remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What does this sound? Whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Hi. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some, who prioritize the fairness of the process, may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. In more barbaric groups, the survivor will be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So make this argument, a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs, making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking, epochal theses and research results at such an early age. Whose life in your eyes is of greater worth? Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. See this graph? My life, your lives. I've depicted myself as the nerd Soyjack and you as the sacrificial Soyjacks. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I've always maintained a cold, rational head. The L-Corp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeons of the Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with. I invite you to come face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating this distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Ishmael would dislike that? Yeah. Oh, hi. Subaquatic Blossom. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Cool. It's the Leo Roja effect, but not actually capped. If you get wrong, you get nothing? I mean, that's how it should be. Why does... Oh, because it's not actually clashing? That's weird. Soundtrack goes hard? I mean, that's fucking Limbus company for you, right? This coffin guy seems good. You're so true for that? Does this go on the OST tier list? I mean, it's just a remix of LobCorp, but it is good.
너무 근사한 일격이었는데 관리자님에게 우수한 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
I love fighting Pecatolums.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
Any thoughts on the new burn ID? The fact that they capped the amount of death burn that she can spread is utterly cringe.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를
Those are my main thoughts.
적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
I like the new tier 3 Pecatolum enemies. I mean, we've only seen... Sloth is the only... Oh, no, we saw Gloom as well. They're both really cool, actually. Way better than Wrath. Wrath is pretty lame. Just kind of, like, bigger. Whereas Gloom... I guess Gloom is also just bigger, but he's balling.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만
Hey, ESGOO, just wanted to let you know in advance that... Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
부위 하나가 파괴되었어. 이대로 똑같이만 한다면 모든 부위를 파괴시킬 수 있겠지?
Think it'd be too strong if she has no burn cap? I'm fine with a burn cap, but the fact that it's 5 is so stupid.
사냥을 위해서라면
Okay, I mean... Neat.
정신을 유지할 수
Is it just put the strongest IDs team? I mean, yeah, guys, I don't know what you want from me. People get mad. Well, I don't know if you're mad, but people be like, oh, you're just using meta, lame. Or people be like, what the fuck is this team if I don't use meta? So... We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, you still believe in that potentiality? I do. That's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working towards. Let's go do the Lantern Dawn Key Cheese for the La Mancha Land final bit boss fight.
다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될
No, I didn't. Yeah, a lot of Heathcliff. Ooh. Whoa. Reminder to read. Fine, I'll read. Subjective observation, huh? Okay.
나만 믿고 답에 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
He really does bop to the theme, huh? Really? That's kind of fucking lame, not knowing that going into it. I mean, yeah, I get that they released IDs for it, but... God damn. Is it Rupture or Rern? I like Rern. This is a fight for Rern. I mean, if we just get lucky and inflict some burn count, right? Eh.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네.
Okay, so I have to break the shield, otherwise it's gonna be scary.
확인해볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
I don't really know a great way to do that, though. Besides to just kind of go for it.
모두 봤지? 방금 그 방법은 적절한 공격이 아니었어. 실수였을까? 아니면 노력이 부족했을까?
Offsets, that's just no way that's worth it. The guards give him like, what, 10 shield HP? When you could be doing actual damage?
나만 믿고 답에 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
Okay, so this is just like not scary at all. What team is bro using? What are you, like, you guys are impossible to please. Like, I just talked about this. God damn it. Time to Ace Attorney's ass. I present my attorney badge. It proves I'm a lawyer. I did it again. I keep thinking... I've been clicking dialogue too much, man. I can scroll up at the end, yeah. Okay.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
Tell him facts don't... No, actually, facts don't... You know... Okay, this is a really funny anecdote. But I saw online... Someone said I sound like Ben Shapiro. And I shouldn't let these things get to me. But that is one that definitely did indeed get to me. Are they mocking you? Yes, this person does not like me. You unfortunately do? I mean, that's surely not... No, guys, don't be agreeing. Come on. Hypothetically. Was your stats to use? Probably sinking? Like, actually? You're not punchable like he is? Thanks, man. Let's say, hypothetically, you were to use Soda. The worst ego in the Limbus company.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을
So he's doing some self-damage back? You don't? Okay. I don't think I do. There's some times where I maybe do, but I don't think overall. Read the status? Ah. Okay, I did not see that part of subject of observation. That makes sense. Luckily, all damage is undone. When you press the best button in the game. Let's say, if you will, Merceau claimed their balls. Would you not say that this is right-wing propaganda? No, because in fact it is left-wing propaganda, for Merceau is actually woke. There, I said it. Merceau from Limbus Company is woke. Okay. But people don't like that one. People don't like that one.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘.
Les Merceau est woke. Say that again in the Deku voice. Merceau! I can't believe it! You were woke the whole time? No, I can't accept this! Did you know that wokeness is destroying our country? Le wokisme et Merceau? Ah, zut alors! Ce n'est pas possible! Deku versus woke Merceau. On Queero.
제약계체가 빛을
Does he just die now?
이대로 영상 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
Are you at one charge potency on Faust? You know, I don't know. Why is Honglu 2 inside? Because I messed up before. Actually, okay, that's... Wow, that was really it. Can't believe the twist of Rousseau. Can't tell us that he was woke. Marie, I no longer want to have sex with my fiancé or my lover, Marie. I'm going to kiss men instead. I am Rousseau. Oh, that's woke. That's woke of my comfort character. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential, or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. Hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? My potentiality you found in Rise. Take it with you to the surface. Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathoms slowly beginning to close. Ah. I've returned. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to become someone like you, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world, and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No. It was a failure. I'd established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was He5SU. Disappointingly mediocre. But I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Maybe at some other place that does academia. My hero You, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCB researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd taken only a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. -2. Okay. The chat seems split, and by that I mean I saw 1 + 2, that's good enough. Now I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking sounds. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilius were waiting for us. Got the same vocal inflections as Chuck Conroy? That's interesting because I never really watched him.
Maestro.
Is that it? I think that's the best Intervallo. I really enjoyed that. As much as I liked Murder on the Warp Express, I think we had good Sinner moments, but also Hohenheim is actually like kind of a peak character. Much as I would like nerd emojied him, actually probably one of my favorite side characters so far. Was actually super good. What were your opinions on the unique EX objectives? I liked them all except for the 9-turn ones, just because that's not nearly, like, unique enough. Maybe the real lesson we learned along the way was W Corp Merceau was awesome. Let's go, W Corp Merceau plus Ultra! Very human character? Yeah. You haven't beaten the 9-turn one? More importantly, in chat? Come on. More importantly? Who gives a fuck about that shit? Come on. Come on, man. Ah, but you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect these pulls. Yeah. You didn't expect these pulls. You didn't expect these pulls. Oh, you didn't expect this pull, did you? Fuck. Alright. What's the strat for this one? Is it just this? Gloom damage? Ah, Solemn Lament spam. Which means we need... We need Sloth. I mean, we'll give this a shot. You have one lust. Is that better? No, that's not better. I'm still learning, guys. I'm still learning this game. We'll give this a shot. I'm gonna give this one try on stream. But I've been live for 5 hours. I didn't expect to be... That's 10. I can't stay for much longer, so... Go further beyond Dekun? Okay. I'll try my best, guys. God damn it, he killed it too soon. That should cover our bases. Okay. It's kind of close to just killing, man. That's a shame. Okay. I'd like to get it done this turn. Nice. Cool. Four turns for this fucker? Okay, I should Solomon this turn. Oh. Come on, be juicy. That's pretty good for a guy that really resists. First Jester, really enjoy your videos. First time catching a stream, over fun with the Intervallo. I did have fun. I'm done now. I always find it funny. People always come in calling me Mr. ESGOO. It's kind of cute in a way. Like I'm a teacher of some kind. We got an offset. We should be fine, but only favored. Oh, that's my focus attack slot, right? That sucks. Okay, yeah, we're fine. You plan on creating an advanced tutorial? I mean, eventually, yes. So I think this fight is actually not that bad. You just really need to know how to offset guards. Which, the funny thing is, the game never tells you how to do that. So if you don't know how to do that, then fuck you. Kind of. Sub-Zero idea how aggro works, it's just more likely to be targeted. I've talked to people who literally data mine the game, and it's still not clear how aggro works. Like, the exact numbers and all of that. Man. $80 pulls for nothing. You can get the new Yeast song? You're so right. Let me go grab him real quick.
I spent it on more pulls.
Is to make aggro work like poise, where one aggro equals to a 5% chance to redirect attacks? Just something simpler. Mirror dungeon time? I don't know if I have a mirror dungeon run in me, I'm gonna be honest. I've been live for 5 hours. And as hype as it would be to actually get something from the MD run, you know. Didn't you have to go? I mean, I don't have to go, but I am... My voice is feeling better now, but my god, it was bad. Doing that nerd voice for a long time. I encourage you, try it right now. Try to do that nerd voice and try to sustain it. It's not easy. I kind of surprised myself. Come on, just one more. Fuck! Fuck you, Honglu. Shut the fuck up. No one asked your opinion.